morning. Yeah, there's Photoshop. I left it open so that I could make tweaks to my title bar. How's everybody doing this week? So we are 1 week away from the ZBrush Summit. That's super exciting to me. I've always super enjoyed getting into this. Hey sis, how you doing? So it's going to be a lot of fun. Let me see. Oh, what did I call it? Let's do that. Here we are. Ta-da! Plain and simple this time. Figured I'd keep it a little bit simple for right now. Lots going on. I didn't have time to think about like what I wanted to be able to put over in this side, so I was just like, we'll just put no spare time over there. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and organize something real quick while I'm talking to you guys. So started a new teaching job fairly recently, and I have this. Yeah, let's do this actually. I'm gonna say copy. I'm gonna take this over into ZBrush characters for fun. I started a new teaching job recently, in addition to Gnomon, and I've been playing around with this DTIYS design. By an Instagram user known as Destiny Blue. Yeah, so now I've got two teaching jobs, teaching 3 nights a week. This is the sculpt that I started as part of my demo. I think there's a lot that I want to kind of play around with, color wise and things like that. But I think it should be. I mean, it's going in a good direction. I'm liking how it's looking so far. The thing that I want to do, I've got spotlight, I've got views. I'm going to copy those over. In fact, maybe I'll just cut them and take them over myself. Put those in the folder. Okay. Turn off spotlight projection. I actually need to go ahead and kind of add something to my shelf over here. I want to add the other spotlight buttons so that I can get to them pretty easily. So here's what I'm going to do. My voice is, yeah. I'm done addressing voice issues. My voice is as high as it's going to get. So a lot of times it's going to be a matter of my microphone being in the right position. So yeah, sorry, Pragati, but welcome. You know what? I've got cereal going on too. So what are you guys having for breakfast? Slouches might need some caffeine. Good grief. So anyways, to be able to put my other buttons over here so I can access them quickly, I'm going to go to Preferences. I'll hit Enable Customize. Then I'll come over here to Texture. I'll hit Load Spotlight. And I'm going to say, is it Control Shift or Control Alt? Control Alt. Load Spotlight. And the other thing I can do while I'm here, I can come over here and say Save Spotlight. We'll pull that out
over here. So that way we just have our spotlight stuff. Preferences, hit enable customize, just lock that all in. And we'll say store config, just so that way it's there next time we start up ZBrush. Juan Jose Salazar Morales. I got an answer. What's better payment, video game or collectible industry? Maybe you're asking a question then. So what pays better? Is that the question? If that's the case, it depends. It depends on the company you're working for and your level within that company. Video games is more stable. Collectibles is much more like you really got to kind of do a lot of searching in order to um, get what you're get what you need to be able to survive, right? So, but in video games, there's a much more consistent consistent work. Like, it's less typical for you to be laid off than most other entertainment industries. And then collectibles, most of the time, collectibles are, I mean, there are a few places that do their collectibles in-house, but most collectibles are outsourced or are done through independent contractors. And so all that stuff is freelance. Hey, Leonard. Yes, I probably should not have had cereal just before. Just before starting a stream, because that's otherwise I'm chewing in your ear. Some breakfast ASMR. Okay, so there are a few things that I've been looking at that I'd like to be able to try to modify. I feel like her eyes are potentially a little too large. Okay. Um, Obviously the hair still needs a lot of work, but it's on its way. Here's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to set a new series of views so that I can line up my character more easily with the concept. Okay, there's some things going on here with the sculpt that aren't quite right, so we're going to make some changes. Okay, let's say show. Let's grab this. And then for those of you who are new to the stream, welcome. I'm Steven Anderson. I am a senior character supervisor on Overwatch. And for anybody who hasn't heard of Overwatch, it's a popular first-person shooter game on BattleNet from Blizzard Entertainment. So, which I'm pretty sure most people have heard at least of Blizzard. So Anyway, fun stuff. Fun stuff. Okay. So a couple of things that I want to be able to do. My mesh, like if we look at this mesh right here, this has a significant number of polys. I don't typically work that high resolution, but I got to a point where I was like, you know what, I want the resolution. So so I went ahead and I kind of added the resolution to be able to get and refine some shapes and things like that, just to be able to get things clean instead of having things all jagged and whatnot. So a lot of what I want to try to do right now, I want to grab that whole eye space and be able to kind of rotate it just a little bit and be able to move it some. I'm not going to be able to do that super well with the way, like, how dense this is. But something really, really cool is that ZBrush has added a new actually it might be under geometry. I gotta check and make sure. It's been a little bit since I've used it. Because I don't get to use it professionally. There is a new Proxy Pose thing here that we get to use. Now, there are a couple of things to note about this tool. Proxy Pose, what it does is it creates this low resolution. In fact, let's just go ahead and kind of pull on it. Let's say reduction amount. Let's just kind of pull it down. You see, like it's creating this low resolution mesh. Okay, it's not perfect. It doesn't represent everything perfectly, but this is something that I can go through and manipulate, and then Blizzard, isn't that a dessert at Dairy King? Yes, it is a dessert. That's funny. Yeah, in fact, they were running some sort of special deal recently that was appetizing. I was like, I want to go. Um, okay, so this is what she looks like right now with this proxy pose. So now this is going to allow me to repose this character without any kind of worries of losing my original character. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the area around the eyes. Hopefully this might actually be a little bit too low. Let's take it so that it's a little bit more faithful of an interpretation, just because I want to be able to make sure that I'm controlling more just around the eyes. I'm actually kind of nervous about the cleanup that I'm going to have to do, but this is something that I can go through and do. I can grab the eyes area here. I'm going to go ahead and center my gizmo. Okay, let's go ahead and turn on our pizza boxes. And we're just going to make sure that we're getting just the... Sorry. Oh. Just the face. Okay. We'll grab the eyelashes because that fits with the eyes, but I don't want to move the eyeballs. The eyeballs, I want them to stay in place right now. I'll reposition them as needed after I'm done with the actual rotation bit here. But let's go ahead and do something kind of like that. We'll go ahead and we'll grab the eyes now. And let's go ahead and... Oh, you know what? What do we have in there so far as eyes go? Let's do something real quick. I want to make sure that those are not masked. I want to make sure that those are on. Because the outer eye, the eyeglass, this is a production sort of setup for eyes. I got the inner eye, which has the iris and the pupil built in. But then I have the eyeglass on the outside that is made to act like, a lens, like make it so that it's a real eye. So what we're gonna do, I think that's all I need. I'm not sure what that is. I might need to go through and like do a cleansing here. There are a few pieces in here that I don't need. Look like they're just demo pieces from class. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. Let's go over here to the gizmo. We'll center that, and then we'll just kind of shrink them down. We'll move them apart. That might be a little bit too much. Let's see. That feels a little bit better. Okay, so now a lot of what I have to do is just a matter of, well, one, I've got to come over here, I'll turn off my mask, I'll come back into geometry, turn off the proxy pose, okay, and it'll go through and it'll apply the all the sculpting details back, which is nice. It's so nice. They did a decent job. I'm just going to check like the center. You can see the center got a little bit wavy, but that's okay. I'll just kind of smooth it out a little bit. Not too bad. Let's go ahead. Let's come over here. Let's turn off the eyeglass again. Okay, so there are a couple of things that I want to be able to modify slightly. Let's turn on our move brush. I just want to make sure that the eyes are fitting the shape that I want. And so far so good. I mean, it's looking decent. I'm liking that. One thing I also want to do is I want to take the eyelashes and make sure that that bottom base piece goes kind of like into the eye, just to make sure that I'm getting a nice clean graphic read right here. Sorry, I didn't want to sneeze in your ear. What would I do if I was going to print the eye? I'd probably do like this. You know, because that's one of the nice things with with these eyes is that it feels sculptural. Um, and then I'd add like a speck highlight piece, you know, like we did at Disney, right? Um, you know, we had a lot of pieces like that um, we would add in. Um, just for the sake of being able to, let's say, crease edge partial, just to be able to support an idea, not so much because it was like, oh, that's not what I want. Geometry, Dynamesh. Not because it's how things are in real life or anything like that, but because it just supports an idea and creates an illusion of something, right? So that's how I would probably go about it with something like the eye, is that I'd kind of just fake the iris. Um, what does the title mean? Can you explain? Yes, it's actually really quite simple. Um, so I mean, like ZBrush Live for me is all about getting time to do personal projects, getting time to work on something fun, getting time to work on something that's for me, um, and so that's something that I don't have time for really. It's like I have to make time to be able to do these sorts of things. And Saturday morning or whenever I find that I get the most time, it's kind of like where I jump in and try to make time. So no spare time refers to the fact that like as a professional I'm very busy. Um, I have a lot of things that I do, and as a husband and father, I'm also even busier on top of that. Trying outside of work to just to be with the people that I care about, So it's so that's what it's about. No spare time. It refers to um yeah, just that, just that there's like no time to be able, and then it's not a whole big amount of time, and so it's like I'm trying to cram as much as I can um into the time that I have. So I don't know. It's a funny thing to me. It might not be as funny to everybody else, but I think it's kind of funny. Oh, looks like it got a little bit messed up. Oh, I don't want to mess that up. Looks like it just had a little bit of artifacting from the Proxy Pose, which shouldn't be too big of a deal to just clean it up. It seems to only have really affected areas kind of in through the middle of the face. I'm just going to kind of do a little once over and see if I had any other spots that got jumbled up. Doesn't look too bad. This looks a little bit messy. But not because of the Proxy Pose. It just looks like it just happened to still be messy. Not Ronaldo, but messy. Okay, so we have some bits over here in the corner of the eye that just needs to kind of be cleaned up a little bit. We'll have to see how that works out with the eyeball here in a minute, but I just want to see about getting those forms cleaned up. Kind of play with the flow of this eyelid. We would paint the eyes at Disney. I struggled with getting eyes on the cake topper. It was so small. I got to work, but for the future. If a genie could grant me one wish, I would ask the clock to go to hour 15 to 3 o'clock. That's something that you'd have to explain to me. I'm not familiar with what that would mean. Yeah, there are a couple of things that I want to try to. Are you guys familiar with Replay Last? It's one of my absolute favorite little tricks inside of ZBrush. It's a super simple one. It's just a matter of you need 6 more hours in a day. Yeah, I need 6 more hours in a day too. So I just like, say for instance, just to be able to showcase what it does, I just went ahead and performed an action. Okay, if you hit the hotkey 1, it'll go through and repeat that. Oh, it looks like it's kind of repeating it in a weird sort of way. Let me do it with a different stroke. Let's say with clay buildup. Let's kind of stroke out once, but say it's not strong enough. We want to kind of make it stronger, but we don't want to have to go and sculpt over that same piece again. Just gonna hit 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and you can see it's like building up that bit. Okay. Now if I move my camera and I hit 1, oh, they must have changed that. That's cool. I can see that something's different about it. It's not quite reacting the same way. On older versions of ZBrush, though, before 2023, it would actually go through and it would replay any camera moves as well, which is kind of I'll say a pain. But yeah, in this version, it looks like it doesn't, so not too bad. Okay. Let's see. Cool. One of the things I want to do, let's work on making this nose a little bit smaller. It's a little bit wide. Let's turn off AccuCurve. Try to make this like try to think about like an appealing nose shape here. I think I gotta kind of maybe pull on this nostril a little bit, maybe pull it up and in a little bit. It's like I want to be fairly careful. Yeah, this profile just isn't quite appealing yet. Yeah, I want to be careful that in designing this nose, that I keep it looking cute, that I keep it looking. I'm trying to take like the subtle cues that I'm getting from the concept itself. There are some fairly low-key things happening. Like I'm trying to decide if something like this is warranted. I'll say warranted. Getting like actual definition to the upper hood of the nostril. Okay, and then just trying to dig this in just a little bit, make sure that that shape is clean. You can see like all this is getting a little bit too, I'll say bulbous. That's really kind of the right word for it. It's a bulbous booger font. Instead of a bulbous boo font, it's a bulbous booger font. Okay. Let me see. This is tricky. Mostly because of the way that I've structured the face. It's like you can see kind of how it slants back, and I don't know. It's kind of a tricky surface to come on to deal with. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get this as close as possible. Mostly because the assignment is to get it so that it matches a concept, not so that it's my own style. I mean, the idea of the draw this in your style challenge is to do it in your own style. But since I'm trying to show my students, getting something that matches a concept, like that's the idea that I'm shooting for with this. I think this might be coming out a little bit too far. That looks cuter. That looks cuter. We'll keep that. With this bit in the ear over here, I do want to define this little area in here quite a bit more. So here's what we're going to do. Let's do that. We'll hit 1 to be able to kind of refine that. Here we go. I lost track of where my... Let's do something like that. Hit 1 to kind of emphasize it a little bit more. Awesome. Cool. So we're getting some nice clean shapes in there now. And that's much more appealing. Hey man, how you doing? Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got to get cereal now. Yeah, it's good stuff. I have Raisin Bran. What do you got? It's super soggy now. Costco granola is pretty good. That's good stuff. I'll get behind that. One. Yeah, one is actually an old feature. All it does is it does this up in stroke. There's this replay last button. And that one hotkey is set by default. And that's been like that for years. The difference of how it was before and how it is with the 2023 version of ZBrush is that it looks like it doesn't take camera moves into effect. It'll try to replay last regardless of what you do with moving your camera. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty cool. I really super appreciate that. I'm going to grab these eyelashes. I'm going to say Control D just to make sure that I'm getting a little bit more resolution here. And I want to start to kind of give this a little bit more of like a flare. It'll need to have more than that, but it's starting to. Yeah, let's go ahead and I'm actually going to smooth down the edges. Just because I think that that'll give it a much more graceful sort of shape instead of feeling so boxy and so rigid. I want this to feel a little bit more, more graceful. That got to be a little bit too in there. So we'll just kind of pull that out some. Okay, and then like I was saying, I want to take this back section. Is it? Yeah, it's all one thickness here. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to take whatever is kind of around the outside here. I want to make this like a different polygroup is what I'm going for. Okay, that should be it. Control W. And I'll do the same thing with this bottom one too. I think it could be good to have them both. Okay, there we go. So now we got these two polygroups. I'll keep them separate. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so the big one that I want to do is I want to take this top bit here, and I essentially want to just move it in. We might be able to get away with just simply just moving it in. Not quite. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to soften that out just a little bit. We're going to kind of shrink it and then move it in. So that way it's a little bit, so that way it kind of like wraps around that eyelid a little bit better. Let's go ahead and grab this, and pull it in, pull it in. Okay. So yeah, that's looking much more appealing. The eyes, let me know if you guys agree or not. I feel like the eyes might need to be a little bit more golden than they currently are. I'm going to take this, I'm going to say poly paint. Boa tarde. ¿Cómo estás? Eu não falo português, pero sí hablo español. Así que todo lo que me quieren decir está bien. Español, portugués, como sea. That looks like something needs to be adjusted with the lower eyelid. I think I might have adjusted things a little bit too much. Estoy bien, gracias. Trabajando nomás. Let's see. Let's see if we can push that yellow a little bit. Get a little bit more saturation. In fact, saturation I could probably take back down some if I'm going to be pushing this intensity. Nah, saturation's got to be up there. It's like it's all about kind of trying to find a balance between, like, these are the sliders that I like to use the most, like these four right here. Tint is kind of cool because you can, you know, figure out whether or not you want to get rid of color, but I'm gonna keep the color, obviously. And do something like that. I think that the pupils themselves need to be a little bit darker. So one of the things that you can do is that if you have your spotlight image you know, selected like this, you can go ahead and you can come over here and you can color pick from it, which is cool. So you just hover over color and you just hit C. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to say Smartest Painterly. If I can find it. There we go. That's really strong. You can see like it's getting me like a lot of color variation in there. I don't want it to have a ton of color variation. So I'm just going to grab this this little color bit right here and just kind of move it down. Not at 0, but somewhere at like 0.05 is where I like to have it. That's the lowest it'll let me take it. So I'll take that over there. That's a little bit better. Cool. The whites of the eyes though, that's a little bit little bit brighter than it ought to be. So same thing, I'm just going to come over in here and just going to kind of try to color pick from here and see what that looks like. Here, I'm going to try to make it so it's a little bit less. That doesn't feel a little bit less. Doesn't feel a little bit less anything. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, that looks a little bit better, where it's like it's reserving more of the wider spaces for around the pupil, for around the iris. It's making me feel a little bit more connected to. Do you recommend buying 3D Connection mouse for ZBrush? I personally don't use it, but I do have one that I want to be able to give away as a prize for my current Draw This in Your Style challenge. Let me actually um, pull up my internets. Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll open this in a new tab. For anybody who's interested in being able to find all my links, here are my links. Hey Yvonne, thank you so much. Those are my links. So if you want to be able to find anything, I've got my Instagram, my Twitch, my YouTube. And then I've also got my personal website and different things that I'm working on, different like things like my Flip Normal store, my ArtStation store, my Discord, my newsletter, virtual tip jar, you know, whatever. Right? Simple things. All right. Simple things there. So yeah, it's fun. There is this Draw This in Your Style challenge that it's really really fun to be able to. It's a copy link so you guys can get there. Oh, thank you so much, Ashley. No, actually, this sculpt is one that I started as a demo for a class that I teach. Um, Yeah, it's she's been really really fun. There's a lot that I've got to work on with like the hair and things like that. A lot of what's going to be happening in today's stream is just refining what I have. Um, but you know, it's fun. It's fun. This is like I don't work in Dynamesh super often, so when I do, it's always kind of a treat. So one of the things I'm trying to do is I'm trying to dig in and kind of find a nice flow for these hair pieces. Um, Currently, it's all very. Ugh. Here, I'm going to go ahead. Let's up our resolution on this just a little bit. 128. See how that looks. Yeah, it looks good. We'll keep that. Because this is letting me kind of keep the forms, but still have a workable mesh. That's what we want. Something workable. Cool. Yeah, that'll be nice. Places like here on the back, there's going to be a lot of stuff in here that I need to, tweak and push and pull, but it's coming along quite nicely. For anybody who's interested in this particular this particular Draw This in Your Style challenge, why don't you use the 3D mouse? I haven't gotten used to it. I haven't practiced it enough for it to be I haven't practiced it enough for it to be beneficial to me. That's kind of the main reason why I do or don't do things. Um, as with everyone, right? But yeah, that's kind of my thing. Is that like and you know I encourage you guys too. I mean there will be certain tools, certain brushes, certain whatevers that you come across while you're on your exploration stages. You know where it's like, oh I like that or oh I don't like that, and you know it's okay either way. You know you do what works best for you, and you know keep exploring when new things come out, and just have fun with it. I think that's kind of one of my biggest benefits is that I really like to explore and try new things, and you know, 3D mouse is one of those things that it's just tricky. It doesn't work for me in my workflow, um, so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Have you tried it yet? The course that I started her in is actually a university class. This isn't something that I started in like an online thing. It's something that I started like in an in-person classroom. Um, the enrollment for that class is closed at the moment. It's down in Orange County. It's close to Blizzard, so it's really easy for me to just go ahead go ahead and do work and then go to work. But I do have, like, say for instance, over in my links under the Flip Normal store, um, because we are at within a week of my see this is like my stylized character modeling class, um, and this is very similar to the course that I teach at Gnomon. So uh, yeah, high quality stuff. I go through like a whole bunch of different things in this course, where I talk about like creating clothes because you know mermaids obviously don't have clothing, but you know figure I want to be able to add value. So I talk about different techniques I use to create a hoodie. Talk about creating 3D print, animation ready topology, all sorts of things. Even I talk about blend shapes and being able to create facial expressions. So really, really helpful stuff. The yeah, it's $400, but I will be running for the next week, starting later today, hopefully. Maybe tomorrow. We'll have to see. But it'll run for 7 days in honor of my birthday. I'll be doing it at 50% off. So yeah, it should be fun. So keep an eye out for that. If you want to be able to know when that sale goes live, you know, follow me on Instagram and you'll be able to find me. You'll be able to find me here. So yeah, lots of fun. It's all about it's all about helping each other grow and kind of you know finding cool ways to learn and develop. So yeah, lots of neat stuff. Let me see. Yeah, it is. They are expensive. Yeah, it's an interesting tool. Um, yeah, I don't have it in reach here. I was gonna say if I could grab it and like show how it works, but I don't have it. I don't have it within reach right here. Um, but yeah, so my personal draw this in your style challenge is right here. Um, and then this will be running through, you know, through my birthday, through the next week. I've already gotten some really fun. I want to show you guys these. I've gotten some really fun. I guess up here is where I've posted these. These are some fun entries that I've gotten. Ah, it won't let me look at it. Why won't it let me look at it? Let's see if we can get this to work. Ah, it won't let me. It won't let me. Here, let me see. Let's try something different. Oh, now it's going. Okay, so there's one. Okay, that's the first one. This is the second one I ever got. This is my buddy Omar. He was a friend of mine at Marvel. And then this is Jacob. I love this one. It's so cool. So yeah, I've started getting some cool entries already. Really fun and exciting stuff. So come join in on the fun. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah, I really love that one that Jacob did. Let me see if I can get back in here. Okay, good. Stuff is starting to show up for that. For my hashtag. 6 posts, but none of it's showing up for some reason. It's like, ah, my goodness. Instagram's been driving me nuts lately. These are some past draw this in your style entries. It's fun. It's fun. But yeah, hoping to see some more sometime. Go ahead and get to that. We'll get back to our love. Oh, if you guys wanted to be able to see this, draw this in your style. You know, I might just have to look her up because where do I? There's the search. Okay, so this is Destiny Blue. Okay, she's got some really cool, colorful work down here. The Draw This in Your Style challenge that she did, it's from forever ago. It's like 2018 or something like that. It is, yeah, it's way down here. It's kind of funny because like I forget how long ago this area. It's this lovely lady right here. So yeah, there's that one. It's a fun one. It's a fun one. Somebody who just published their take on it, even though it was 2018 when the challenge was issued. This is from 106 weeks ago. This means it was 2 years ago. You know, so 2 years ago versus 5 years ago. It's like, yeah, I'm a little late to the party myself. It's just kind of funny. It's just kind of funny. But yeah, like I said though, I'm trying to. Oh, so the goldfish, the goldfish. This would be something fun that we've got to add into. Um, Let me go over here to the hair. The hair, I think, since I went ahead and dynameshed it, it's probably going to be. Oh, beg pardon. It's probably going to be a little bit like. It's like this is a trick that I have to be able to see inside of a mesh. I'm going to have to do something with everything right here, but I do want to keep it the way that it is. Because I want this to be able to look like it's water, so you can see inside of it, so you can see the fish. So we'll see. We'll see what we end up with. In fact, it might be a matter of just taking the whole thing, except for maybe the bun, and flipping it inside out, and then just kind of painting the head like an underwater color. I don't know. Did you ever figure out who is acting like Instagram telling you to stop posting? No, I never figured that out. It was that was so wild. I was like, are you serious right now? Like yeah, I don't know. I'll never truly understand why people feel the need to troll other people. I feel like it's just such a dumb thing. It's like, come on, guys. Oh, the goldfish. Let me see about going in and adding the goldfish. Let's say let's load tool. I don't know if I have this project downloaded, so I might need to yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it downloaded. Let me see if I can get this stuff downloaded so we can see preferences, sync, select folders. It's been a while since. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've gone through and kind of played with this. Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's going to be more over here. It should be in side projects. It should be in the stairs. Probably in characters. We're looking for shark. I'll grab the pigeon too, because it's kind of fun. So now those should be in there. Go back, side projects, the stairs, characters. We'll go into shark. And then we got shark 3. So we'll give that a second to kind of download. Here is shark. Just a little goldfish that I went through and built out. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I built this out on ZBrush Live. So if you're interested in being able to see this whole process, if you're interested in seeing this whole process, you should be able to find it on ZBrush Live. En su opinión, las empresas pagan hoy buen salario a los profesionales de 3D. De vez en cuando. Yo soy de la opinión que pueden aguantar pagar más, porque realmente todo el éxito de la empresa depende del creativo. Y pues en mi opinión, a mi punto de vista, hay demasiadas personas que se aprovechan de uno por las habilidades que tienen. Por ejemplo, que como, pues, supongo que eso es nada más que realmente nosotros como creativos merecemos más. Y pues así siempre será, pero yo creo que aún falta mucho que podamos alcanzar tener una industria en que somos todos pagados un salario propio, apropiado, algo que basta para realmente vivir con paz y todo eso. No sé. Sorry, I was answering a question that came in Spanish, and so I wanted to try to answer that as best as I could. It's about salary and pay for 3D working professionals. And yeah, I'm always of the opinion that 3D artists, and then artists in general, creatives in general, um, don't get paid as much as they deserve. And so, my thinking is that, that's how it is. That's how it's going to be for a while. We're making strides. We're making, yeah, being bilingual is nice. I feel like language is nice because it really helps to bridge the world together. I love language. I'd started learning I started learning Portuguese. I started learning um, French, but I am so miserable with French. I'm not too bad. I'm all right. I can do it. But yeah, it's language is hard. I started trying to do German. German was hard. I started also trying to do Chinese, and Chinese was hard. Chinese was really hard. Like I couldn't get past ni hao, and so I'm just like, shoot. Nah, Leonard, you said you were able to get to a point where you could manage in Japanese or something like that, right? Or was it Japanese or Chinese? I can't remember which part you were saying that you were working at. Japanese, that's what I thought. I thought it was Japanese. Trying to remember from the stories. Okay. There are a lot of things. In fact, one of the things that I want to do is I want to finish prepping this guy at some point, and then I'll put him up on my store for people to buy if they're. Mother is very disappointed I never learned Chinese. It could have been useful for you, but I don't know. Okay, so for this guy, what material is that? Quad shaders. I kind of like how it looks. It's kind of fun. But let's go ahead and let's say, let's grab that skin shade 4. In fact, I don't like skin shade 4. Let me do skin shade 5. Skin shade 5. There we are. We'll say Z plugin, subtool master, fill, material. Now, just I guess a word to everybody. Skin shade 5 is one that I made because I don't like the specular highlight on Skin Shade 4. Where it's like, I don't know if you've ever noticed, but it's like the highlight isn't just a highlight. It's like a highlight that looks like a halo. So it's like it's a hollow highlight. It's like right where there should be like a bright shiny spot. There's a hole in the middle of it. So that's something that I went through and I was able to modify. And to be able to do that, I mean, it's still like that a little bit to some extent. But I went ahead and I changed it by coming up into materials and playing with the modifiers. It mostly has to do with the specular curve, um, but it's nice. It works. It does what I need it to do. Okay, so I'm going to take this exactly as it is now. I'm going to say, what did I do? I have no idea what that was actually. I'm going to title that Shark, grab the lip, grab the eyes. Is that everything from there? I think it is. Oh, that's funny. This is this is my curve brush icon. That's kind of funny. Okay, so now we've got this topology. We've got, okay, cool. So I'm going to say, let's say copy folder. We can come over into here and drag this up here so that the eyes are close to the rest of the body. These other things down here, I can get rid of them. In fact, I don't think they're even the same size. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's kind of just a, I'll say a dummy, you know, just like an extra piece that doesn't mean anything. It just isn't anything. So I'm just going to go ahead and start saying delete. This is something to be able to showcase different creation techniques. Like we created a hat. It's like a hood that we went through and created. You know, it's just really, really simple stuff, but it's just a matter of kind of finding different things. The hair needs to be up here. In fact, the eyes need to be above the hair. This can go away. We can say delete all. Okay. And then this is a little Pokeball. That was another demo thing where they're like, show me how to make a Pokeball. I was like, okay. I did poly paint the fish. It's got a ways to go before it's, you know, done. Let's go ahead and bring him in here actually. Let's say paste folder. Definitely very large. And he's not quite the right shape either. Like there's a lot more of a flowy sort of nature to these fish here. So I'm going to let's take shark down to the bottom of the list here. We'll say transpose set. We'll keep him kind of large for now, but we'll move him up some so that he's out of the way. So yeah, now we've got girl and shark. You know what? Something that I'm looking at that I kind of want to play with, something that I really like about Destiny Blue's concept is that um, you know, like her eyes, she feels like she has these happy eyes. Like her expression is very serene, kind of peaceful, very tranquil sort of feel to her overall concept. But there's like this happiness in the eyes. It's just kind of like I'm happy to see you sort of thing. You know, it's like it's kind of a nice, simple, subtle thing. So what I want to do is I want to try to get this going. Okay, I'm going to kind of just make my brush nice and big, and I'm going to change my focal shift so that it's a little bit larger, not huge, but I do want that to have a little bit nicer of a fall off. And one thing I got to do since we're here, let me actually turn on the eye, the outer eye here, because this will give me a better indication to whether or not what I'm trying to do is working. Let's see, let's grab this, kind of pull it down, grab this, pull it down. One of the things that I want to do, and that I'll have to do, is I need to make more of like an eye bag. Oops. Turn off those pizza boxes. Okay, so bring that up so that that's kind of fitting that bit there. In fact, I might see about, even if it's just for now, I might see about just leaving this so that it's got a little bit of a, I'll say a connection to the skin. In fact, it might be worthwhile to just take whatever's here and say, let's just paint along there, something like that. Okay, so now what I want to do is, like, from here, we want to try to make sure that we have a nice clean yeah, it's like I'm trying to like look at this from different angles now, and it's, you know, certain things are standing out now that I've moved things around some. So it's like there's always going to be a matter of like going back and forth with your movements, with your brush strokes, with your sculpts, with your everything, with your design, just to make sure that you're getting things precisely the way you want it, you know. But you know, that's part of life. When sculpting, be sure to measure every angle. Okay, that's looking better. I'm liking that. Okay. So now the thing that I was talking about that we need to be able to do is we need to be able to get the unstable molecules. I have not seen that username before. Did you change it recently? Good golly. What material did you put on the outer eye? Right now, there's not really anything specific on the outer eye. I think it might just be pulling skin shade 5. Oh, it's just, yeah, it's just pulling skin shade 5. Yeah, or leather, I guess now, but skin shade 5. Um, so with these outer eyes, what I'll usually try to do is I'll start with one of like the glass materials. So there are all sorts of different glass ones in here. Let me see. There's glass, and then there is um, oh, there's a glass that I made, and then there's tinted glass. I'm just gonna go ahead and jump into glass. It seemed like there was like a simple glass too at some point. Oh, here's simple glass clear, which is, you know, this is kind of nice. Or there's RS glass. These have like different image maps kind of baked into them, so they're going to create like a sense of environment when they're rendered out. I'm to water. That's kind of interesting. Um, it could be kind of interesting. Let's try it. Say material, color, fill object, just to be able to test it, right? Skin shade 5. Just that we're getting something interesting here. Now, to be able to test this, okay, I need to come up here to render. We'll go Redshift render, turn on Redshift. I'm going to hit save because, you know, as you do, you know, as I do, I'll hit BPR to be able to get that render going, or Shift R. But yeah. Okay, now that I'm looking at this, like from this angle right now, I'm looking at this nose, and I kind of want to refine that shape right there of how the nostrils are coming together in the center, instead of it being like a square piece that's connecting to the. Yeah, see, I'm kind of liking that. But you can see what's happening right here is this is the face kind of penetrating through where the iris is. So I'm going to need to kind of make some tweaks so that that works better. Um, right now it looks like cartoon tears or something, but I like the effect of the water material on the eye. That looks nice. I like that. Um, one of the things that I'll hopefully be able to achieve as well Let's come down. Let's grab these two here. Okay, now there's an emissive material that I can go ahead and I can apply to this. I'm going to say emissive warm. I'm going to say material, color, fill object, and then we're just going to go back to that skin shade 5. Okay, so just to be able to see what this is, I might have to go through and make some changes to it so that it is not so bright, but we'll see what it's like when it's rendering. It looks like it's going to be too strong. I don't know. It's one of those things that like I just enjoy playing around and trying different things with this. Yeah, way too strong. In fact, something interesting is that the rest of the eye didn't render at all. Do you notice that? The rest of the eye is missing. So that's really peculiar. Oh, I didn't even have it. Good golly. Make sure that that's filled in properly there. So for this material right here, this emissive warm, we're going to need to come over here to material. The modifiers are what we're going to want to dig into. And then we have a couple of things here. We have the, well, not a couple of things. We just have one thing that we want to go ahead and play with. If I can see it in the list. Emission weight. It's this right here. So, oh no, come on, you. Huh. It won't let me. Let's say 0.1. It's like it doesn't have to be a whole lot. We should be able to make it work with like a very minimal amount of thanks, man. A very minimal amount of glow. It looks like that's not even going to be enough, so we might have to put it up to something more like 0.4 or 0.5. Oh, it's going and it's affecting everything. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn off this bit here. Let's go ahead and select that. I'm going to say, let's say stylized skin. Sorry, Z plugin. Fill visible. Subtool. Fill. There we go. Fill material. Okay. Okay. Now let's bring it back. This should, in theory, work a little bit better. So the thing is that I didn't have anything filled with material yet, and so what it was doing is it was trying to take the material that I had selected and apply it to whatever didn't have a filled material. You know what? Maybe before we sit through a big old render, what we'll do is we'll come in here and we'll take care of the way that the eye bag works. Good golly. Okay, I'm going to turn off the eyelashes. Okay, so now that's there like that. I want to make sure that I get rid of the mask on the back of the head. I kind of want to like clean this up a little bit. Yeah, let's change over to the mask pen because this should allow me to clean this up a little bit nicer. The nice thing about the mask lasso though is that it allows me to get that nice solid mask. Okay, so now I've got that. I'm just going to go ahead and soften it once here. And we can just kind of, let's make sure that this is all masked in. And then we can go ahead and we can just kind of pull this in. Now let's test it just to make sure that we're getting what we want out of this. That's a considerable deal better. Let's go ahead and kind of smooth this out so that it's a little bit nicer of a form. Got a little bit messy up in here. I'm going to say let's grab that mask lasso because I want to try to keep that bottom ridge intact a bit while we modify this eyelid. Turn off the color for a minute here. There's a lot of back and forth, but I find it important to have things worked out nicely. Okay. In fact, let's go back to that warm emissive. We're going to see if we can get that emission weight to say 0.4. That looks like that'll definitely be a lot stronger. That might be too much, but let's test it and see, right? Let's test that. Let's see. Let me see. Is the emissive material native to ZBrush, or is that a Redshift? It is a Redshift material, but it's a Redshift material that's native to ZBrush. So it's just something that's new in 2023. It's something that, yeah, something that's native, new in 2023. It's nice. I like it. It's pretty cool. With the eyelashes, something that I'm considering doing, even with the eyebrows, I'm considering adding in 2022 is still nice, and if you're participating in the sculpt off, one of the things I would recommend doing is going and getting the oh, see, that's looking pretty nice. The glow's a little bit too pale. So I'm gonna go ahead and kind of cheat a little bit and like warm it up some with the emissive color, but it's kind of cool still. Okay, so if you're participating in the sculpt off, what I would recommend doing is sometime in the next couple of days, because I think the trial for 2023 is like, I want to say it's something like a week. So it's not super long. It might be a 14-day trial or something. But what I would do is I would download it at least a few days before the sculpt off. That way, like if you want to be able to take advantage, 14 days, perfect. So what I would do is I would go in and dive into it, and explore it, because there are a couple of things that are really, really helpful that you might be super excited to be able to use. And it's a good idea to know about it and be able to kind of tinker with it a little bit beforehand. So, I mean, this is looking pretty cool. I'm liking how this is looking. The eyes look really fun. But like I said, let's go ahead. Let's tinker with the emissive color. So we can find that down here. You can see emissive, and it's this warm yellow. Let's warm it up some. Let's maybe make it a little bit more red even. Maybe make it a little bit darker. Let's see what kind of difference we get. But yeah, the sculpt off should be so much fun. Like, I've gone through so many different little ideas in my head of what I'd like to be able to do for it. I finally settled on one, and I'm just like, this is gonna be so good. um, yeah, it's always a fun opportunity for me because I love designing things, and I love I just love designing things. I love digging into things and playing and having a good time, and so it's really fun to yeah, I go through so many different little design iterations. It's so funny. This year I got to my idea pretty quickly, and I can't wait to be able to show. Oh, that's looking good. That is looking good. Cool. Yeah, it's looking pretty nice. I'm liking that. I take a screenshot just so that I don't lose it. And yeah, you know, you can come up here and document, export your document. I wanted to be able to save it with the image there, so yeah, it's just kind of helpful. Um, Characters. Let's see if we can. 09 dash. What's the date today? The 23rd. There we go. So you can see there's kind of how that's looking so far. Not too bad. That's exciting, guys. Pretty locked in now. That's awesome, dude. I can't wait to see it. May just go buy some RAM and a new CPU before Thursday. Nice. Nice. All right, let's see. Let's start playing with. Let's refine these eyebrows a little bit. They're a little bit too. I'll say aggressive. I don't know that aggressive is really quite the word that I'm looking for with it, but I think it definitely feels maybe a little bit too thick. That feels a little bit better. Like you notice that I am keeping this little point right here. That's kind of a stylistic thing that I like to do. Just because I feel like it helps to create more of a graphic design read. Let me see. Let me go ahead and add another layer of resolution to these eyelashes here. Let's turn off those. Okay, so I want to go ahead and pose these eyes just so that they're kind of in that position of how they are in the concept. I was thinking about going through and adding some sort of ear piercing too, but I'm not sure. In fact, here's what I'll do. I'll grab the outer eye just so that I can kind of see through it. I'm going to say display properties, and I'll say flip. Okay, that way it's there and it's visible from the side, which is kind of cool. But but this makes it so that I can at least have it on and be able to make changes to things. Let's turn off the bits that don't matter as much. Okay, so what I want to do is I have symmetry working so that it's, both sides are going to kind of mirror each other. Inside of transform, you have this mirror symmetry button. So if I turn that off, you'll notice that like they turn together now. It's really kind of cool. Yeah, you can see kind of how she's starting to have more of that that smiley eye sort of look. Okay, here's what I want to do. I'm going to turn off symmetry. I want to make sure that this is the only eye that I am working on. So I'm going to mask that. It's kind of hard to tell like what's happening because the Redshift material, like it has something to do with shifting and red and put the two together. The Redshift materials don't really show masking a whole lot. They don't even show, like this particular one doesn't even show my poly frame. If I turn that on and off, it's like I don't see any changes, but it's there. You can see like right here, I've got this. This is good, so I'm gonna, oops, turn off symmetry. Control A. Okay, I need to make sure this is centered on that eye. So what I need to do is I need to try to get this so that this is more, so it feels more like it's pointing in the same direction. That's kind of nice. I like that. I'll keep that. One of the things I'm trying to be really, really careful with is I don't want my I don't want anything to swing the opposite direction too hard. Let's see. Let's go over to this other side and be able to modify it from over here. It looks like there might not be enough of a connection between the eyelid itself and the eyelashes. Okay, so same thing right here. Let's go ahead and take this bit here. Okay. Let's kind of like push this down. There are very few things that I like to set hotkeys for. Transparency and solo mode and save and load. Like those are things that I definitely have hotkeys set for. Let's go ahead and kind of pull this so that this is more sort of sense right here. Turn off transparent mode there. You can see that that's going in through the glass, but oh, that's the eyelash itself. Okay, we should be all right, I think. Here, let's try with playing with this eyelash piece here. See if we can get a nicer relationship with that eyeglass. See what we can get there. You see, just for the proxy pose. The proxy pose is going to be helpful. Can't wait for this year's sculpt off. I hope my PC doesn't puke itself. She's not the biggest beast on the block. I get it. I get it. I only just recently got myself a real computer, and the computer I had before it, you know, she handled it just fine, but not fine enough, like, for what I wanted to be able to do. So yeah, let's go ahead and kind of get rid of very cool. Okay, that's looking pretty good. There's some subtle things that I want to be able to do expression-wise. I need to tweak the mouth some, possibly tweak the nose shape a little bit. But this is coming along. This is looking nice. There we go. Ooh, that's so much nicer. I'm going to take a little bit of this down. Ooh, yeah, I'm liking that. Cool. Hope I can lock in a babysitter to do it. That's my one pitfall. I wasn't expecting to go off on a week. Yeah. It used to happen actually on a Friday when they did it live before the pandemic sent everybody home. Before the pandemic sent everybody home, it was all live in like on campus at Gnomon, and that was always really, really nice. But it was on Friday. It was the, you know, before the first day of the summit, you know. And it was crazy. Essentially, it was just like a 3-day event, but now it's a 4-day event. And it's kind of crazy. I scheduled off work, told the kiddo she's walking home from school. Yeah, that's funny. Solid move. Yep, decent parroting right there. Like a new computer, but it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. Do you do animation? I did see the ad for Procreate Dreams, and I'll totally be getting it. It's been a long time since I've done animation, but it's definitely a very fun. I don't know. I super enjoy animating. It's one of those things that I don't do as much anymore. I used to do a lot of it because that's what I went to school for. Yeah, I learned how to do 2D animation, drawing, and I also learned how to do a little bit of 3D animation, but I'm not super good at it. I do have a buddy though that did a phenomenal job. He one of the cool things. His name is Alan. Alan Ostergar. Um, we went to school together, and he decided that, like pretty early on, he decided that what he was like, that he wanted to be able to kind of hedge his bets, or not really hedge his bet. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. He wanted to try to he wanted to try to increase his chances of getting the jobs that he wanted. And so he did, I want to say it was animation mentor. It might have been something else, but he did like more schooling in addition to his regular schooling, and and he did a really good job at networking and getting things to be just, I don't know. He's a total stud. He did a great job. And now he's at Disney, and he's been at Disney as an animator and also as a story artist. So he gets to do all sorts of cool things there, and he's still doing cool things. Yeah, I miss that guy. Real cool guy. I'm gonna try to eliminate a little bit of this cranium back here, because I feel like the shape is a little bit off from what I want. I'm trying to like look at the way that the shadow is happening. You see the shape how it comes down, and then it kind of like hooks over like that. It gives me the indication that there's probably like some little high point here. So I'm trying to get like this nice smooth shape through here. So you can see now it's starting to create this like it's a little bit better. Okay. It's looking pretty cool. But yeah, so like with this, I'm trying to go through and create something that has a bit of a dynamic flow to so like we're getting these ins and outs with the edge of the hair. This should help me to create this interesting, I'll say dynamic, just a dynamic. Uh-oh, what did I just hit? A dynamic. Gosh, I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and we'll pull this down and in. And then I think I will go ahead and do kind of like that back of the head color, just to be able to make it feel like it's underwater per se, so to speak. Maximize your potential. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. That's definitely what he did. Is he definitely chased after his goals and found really cool ways of maximizing his potential. Reaching higher and farther, and yeah, he's a good example. He's a good example for that. I mean, I'm sure he like worked harder than anybody else, and it's really interesting because I don't remember. I don't remember seeing him do all that. Um, so I'm sure that life was just absolutely crazy. But I mean, he was never, doing stupid stuff while he was in school. He was he was busy. He was doing good things for himself and trying to build his future and things like that. I'm try to turn off my symmetry for a minute here. Let's grab that paintbrush. Okay, one of the other things I want to do is I want to kind of like modify the flow of this right here because this is not quite the shape that I want here. So, I don't know, just kind of that's a little bit better. See, I like I like that a little bit better. The thing that I was, and in fact, I still kind of want to get a little bit nicer of a dip there. Gotta kind of like search for that shape. What was that? It's a little bit too extreme of a dip now. Something nice and subtle. That feels a little bit better. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep my goldfish the way it is. I don't I don't know. I don't know how much I want to like push it or not. Um I do know that a few things that I absolutely want to do is I do want to make sure that I'm tweaking um this expression some because it needs to be a little bit more expressive. Trying to decide. Let's see, let's grab this. We'll turn down the opacity. Nice. That's working. That's working. I'll take it. I'll take it. Looking at it from all sorts of different angles here. Now you notice, I mean, like I'm taking a lot longer with with my painting here than or with this particular sculpt than maybe some other people might. For me, this particular type of exercise is more about learning how to see and kind of understanding a design. It's more about trying to. In fact, I gotta go ahead and check out my schedule right here. Make sure that I'm not going to be jumping on anybody else's. Okay, so Layla is going on tomorrow. Nobody else scheduled for today, so hopefully I'm all right for now. Um, But yeah, that's kind of the idea, is making sure that, you know what, I'm just going to say display properties. We'll say flip so that it's all one direction of a mesh. No, this is not my concept. This concept belongs to Instagram user Destiny Blue. Let me go ahead and pull it up. So this is the concept. Go ahead and I'll link it over in chat. Yeah, it's an older concept, but it's a lot of fun. I I do tend to use my own concepts, but for this particular one, I you know just like this concept, wanted to be able to play with it some. That's really odd. I didn't know that I had this open. Say don't save. It's like, why is Maya open? But yeah, so this is the original concept, and it was done by Destiny Blue at the London Aquarium. Must be in London. All right. But yeah, so that's kind of the fun of it. That's where that came from. I've got my fish kind of floating above her head currently, so we'll have to see what we do for that. I don't know. It shouldn't be too hard to go through and modify this so that it works. But one thing's for certain: this particular character, this goldfish, is going to need to have some sort of emissive property to it, just to be able to fill in that water. Let me see. I'm going to use my SMA hair. One of them. Let's use this one. I should have, yeah, right there. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Nice big chunks right there. Now it's definitely a lot more chunky than I want, but the nice thing is that I can, oh, here, let's turn on local symmetry, turn off dynamic there. Just kind of shrink that down. I'm just holding Alt and then using the unidirectional scale, and it'll scale in the other two directions. So that's kind of nice. I'm going to go ahead and take this, kind of shrink it over here, and then we'll just, come here, you, just shrink it down. Oh, okay. I think that this has, here, let me see. Let's say dynamic. We're going to say, yeah, you see it right now, it has thickness applied. I'm going to say apply. Right now, this piece, it should have like an inside and an outside, I think. Yeah, you can see there's the inside. Okay, just going to grab the inside, invert. We're going to keep the outside because this is like way too skinny for me to do anything important with. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to get that, modify topology, delete hidden, so that way we don't have the yuck from the inside. So now we can go ahead, I'm going to turn local symmetry back on, and we'll kind of shrink that down some. And we'll just place it. Okay. Okay, let's grab Painterly. can't tell if that's the same material or not, so let's just make sure that this is the same material. Material, color, fill object. Cool. So now that'll add a little bit more interest to the sculpt, at least to that section of it, right? Face blue smiling. Yo, hey Luigi, how you doing, dude? I have a friend that always knew what he wanted to be. He graduated from Berkeley with mechanical engineering degree. Then he chose companies that had products that would make a difference in the world. Took a smaller salary for stock options. Became a multimillionaire before 40. To be a millionaire. I almost chose. Oh, I see what this is. This is the eye. That's the eyeglass kind of coming out there. It's kind of an interesting angle to kind of see the face like that. Grab this piece right here, and we will say. I just kind of want this going around that piece of hair so that it feels like the lower hair is connecting to the head. I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to decide exactly what I want to do with the hair. If I want to be able to give it like some sort of transparent shader, or if I want to give it you know what, let's use the standard brush. That'll give me a good little dig in there. Oh, guys, once once you guys are done with the ZBrush sculpt off, okay, not before, but once you're done with it, I'd love to see your entries. So if you could, and I think you can, I would love for you to post your ZBrush sculpt off entries into my Discord. Yeah, I know I'm not like as as active there as I ought to be. I'm still trying to figure out kind of how I want to structure it and how I want to structure my life. Just kind of try to find like some good forms through here. Yeah, it's funny because like if anybody has anything figured out in their 20s, like I envy them. Like it's pretty cool, but there's so many things that I feel like well into your 30s or later, you know, that just need to figure out. And most of the times figuring it out means just outlive whatever's happening, or wonder about it until a solution comes along, and then I don't know, life is kind of weird like that. More active on it than I've been lately. This summer was brutal. Just barely getting back in the saddle now that the kids are back in school. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, for us, it's kind of interesting because yeah, the kids are back in school. Um, and so that clears up the daytime. But I mean, I'm working from home, kind of half of the week, like 3 days out of the week. Um, and then a couple of days a week I go into Blizzard for work, which is fun. It's nice. And then those evenings that I go in to Blizzard, I teach at a school down that direction. So not too shabby. Get to kind of double dip on my commute. Okay, I'm kind of liking how this is starting to look. Um, I do want to try to play around with some of these shapes in here, though. Just like lots to play around with. Flow is one of those things that I absolutely love working on, and I also feel like some of the most challenge with. It's really really tricky, and but I feel like once you get it, it's like, oh yeah, that looks great. Yeah, let's keep going. It's like, oh wait, no, I broke it. you know. Let me see if I can kind of get a little bit more of a dig in here. It's like I still kind of want it to feel like hair, but I also want it to feel kind of flowy and ribbony, like streams of water. It's like I'm looking for opportunities to kind of somewhat break up the big shapes. Um, you know what? That's kind of cool. Maybe that goes up like that. That way, it kind of creates this interesting flow that kind of flows up into itself. I mean, it's like you can't see what's happening shape and form wise there. Hey, Sonar 2020. I am a character artist. I'm a supervisor. Um, so yeah, I both work on characters. Most of my job involves art directing though. So I do art direction on um, different art character skins that go through our various vendor studios, which is really cool. Um, it's an awesome job. It is an awesome job, and there's a team of us. I'm not the only one. It's there are a whole bunch of us. I work with some really cool people. But yeah, so essentially, I'm a character supervisor on Overwatch. That smoothing's not quite strong enough. Do you remember me when I asked about setting the lights on default for every scene? You found it? Where was it? What did you have to do? You only need to save the document, start up doc, then all the settings inside light will be. Really? One of the brains behind the magic. Yep. You only need to save the document. Huh. That's actually like that almost feels too easy. How did you well, I guess where did you find it? And then how did you feel when you saw that? It's like, really? Found it by mistake. That's really funny. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, that's actually really funny. I mean, not funny that you had to go through the headache, but it's like saving the document, saves the lights to as a default. I'm curious if that actually like say for instance, maybe I take my light and I move it over here or something. It's not really it's not affecting anything that's Redshift material. But we'll say maybe this is our light setup now. So if I come over here, I'm gonna hit Shift Z to get rid of that. Let's hit Shift S so we don't lose our character. Switch. Control N. Document. Save as startup document. Yeah, it looks like it didn't really do it. So maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it was an interesting. Oh, close ZBrush and open it again. Oh well. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just trust you. was hoping it would work just by doing it like that. um, okay, let me see. Kind of like this little swirl in here, because that could be kind of fun. Let me see, for this over here we have this kind of flowing in this sort of way. That might be too much actually. Let's kind of make this a little bit more subtle. I kind of like that a little bit better, a little bit more subtle. See, we can streamline this this flow a little bit so that it feels a bit more flowy. What job would suit someone really good at sculpting, but less about textures? Well, like you got toys, you got collectibles. I mean, the interesting thing about toys and collectibles is that you get. Let me see. Where is my painterly brush? There we go. Oh, RGB. Yeah, it's just all about sculpting. There are other things like, for instance, I have a good friend, Joe Mena. Joe Mena works. He's the chief engraver at the U.S. Mint. Working on coins. So that's a cool thing. That's a cool option for people wanting to do just sculpting. There's there are a lot of different things. There are different visual developers. So like if you're wanting to develop things like, I'm not sure that I like that. Let's see if we can take this up. Maybe it's just a matter of taking this down some. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. So just a matter of kind of thinking about like, all right, well, I guess for instance, at Imagineering, I never had to worry about textures. I never had to worry about color and paint and things like that. All of my job involved making like visualizing things in 3D, and then prepping things for manufacturing. So there are a lot of things in manufacturing and products and toys and collectibles and things like that that's kind of a fun route to pursue. It'd be really what's it called, competitive, but it's also fun. It's worthwhile if you're really interested in it. Then, and if you're really good at it too, you got to be competitive. It's like I really don't like it when artists are so big into motivational speeches of like, you just got to be better than you were yesterday. It's like, yeah, that's true, but if you want a job doing it, you got to be better than the next person too. But anyway, Just kind of. Prashan, how you doing, brother? Is there something like concept artist, but with digital sculpting? Yeah, yeah, there is. Um, so like for instance, at Netflix, my job was a concept sculptor, and I sculpted everything from characters to props to buildings, um, where it was all about exploring forms and shapes and design ideas and things like that. There was, let me see, where else have I done stuff like that? I mean, I've done kind of similar-ish sort of things everywhere, um, but that was kind of the big place where I did concept sculpting per se, so to speak. Make my, oh, not my Z intensity. I want the focal shift. Shoot. Okay. Actually, do want this to have a bit more volume. Something kind of like that, maybe. Cool. It's starting to come along. But those types of jobs, they're starting to come out more, like concept artist, digital sculpting. A lot of a lot of a lot of concept artists are starting to learn digital sculpting as a way to be able to supplement um, their what's it called, their their design work. So that's kind of fun. Um, there's also, let's go ahead and turn this on. Proxy Pose is amazing if you guys haven't played with it at all yet. I recommend it. But yeah, sounds like my kids might be watching Across the Spider-Verse. Try pulling the shoulder forward a little bit just to be able to get that shape in there. That might be too strong. Kind of smooth it down some. But yeah, I think that that concept artist, like digital sculpting concept artist, it's not as common of a thing. It's starting to become more of a thing, but a lot of the times people are expecting that sort of role to fit more of a production sort of mindset, where um, where they want the designs to be functional in a production setting. Um, so there's not a whole lot of a there's not a whole lot of a yeah, I need to mess that out again. I guess an expectation for a sculpt to be just that, just a sculpt. Um, So my recommendation is that if you're hoping to get into digital sculpting as a concept artist, then I would recommend a couple things. I would recommend being very patient with it, because chances are that it's not going to fit your exact notion of what that looks like, and it's not going to fit the exact notion of what your team wants it to look like either. So it's going to be a matter of kind of like give and take and figuring things out together. There has to be an expectation on both sides that it's not something that you can whip out in seconds. It's something that you've got to be able to give some adequate time to, because you're having to think through things from many, many different angles, whereas a concept artist usually only has to think about things from one side. Okay, just want to check for any kind of weird artifacting with that. But it looks like it's turning out pretty nicely. The only thing that's kind of buggy is that I didn't check my forms down here, so it got a little bit messed up. But yeah, let's go ahead and do something like this. Do something like this. Do something like this. I'm trying to like balance out what's happening, since I twisted the character and took off symmetry and everything. It's like there's a whole lot less appeal to the way that things are curving and twisting and working together now. So I mean, on one hand, this could all work really nicely from the one angle, and I don't have to worry about the rest of it, but I do want to worry about kind of how things work together. Which, this is going to be a very different sort of idea from what's in the concept. The concept has this nice, like, even, subtle flow going through there. I'm going to have much more of like a break here, which I think works nicely. Let's go ahead and kind of push this in a little bit. Got to look at forms to make sure that things aren't caving in where they're supposed to be more solid. There's a lot of like sculpting and refining happening in here. And I'm just trying to be like super, super subtle with a lot of this stuff, because I don't want it to grab huge amounts of attention. It's just kind of... And part of what's kind of hard about this particular stage is that I'm leaving the color on way too much. So one of the things that I could do if I wanted to be able to kind of simplify my view of what's going on with the sculpt is I could turn off the color and set it to a material that lets me see form really nicely, like something like this, the basic material. It's a really good one, and I use that one a lot. That feels pretty nice now, though. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of take that away, something like that. Give a little bit over here on this side as well. Kind of build up in certain ways to help to make it feel like it's an intersection of forms. Which, you know, it's definitely getting much more anatomical than it needs to be. Something like that. But I think that adding in that subtle little bit there is helpful. Now, I want to check and be constantly checking how well certain other aspects of the design are kind of matching up. Something kind of like that. I'm like trying to be very careful about how I push things along that that surface there. This is definitely like too anatomic. I'm going to smooth it out, but it should hopefully keep a lot of that form there. Like, so I want to get rid of the anatomy, but I want to kind of keep the form. So I'm going to come into smooth. Let's grab smooth stronger. Skip until next restart, because yeah, I got you. There we go. Just going to give this like a little bit of a crease over here. Smooth it out. I just want to be able to emphasize that that side just a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, looking at it from down here, you can see the differences of the like collarbones and the shoulders and everything. The shoulders I can be all right with. The collarbones kind of need to be adjusted and tweaked some so that they feel like they're coming from the same rib cage. The way that this muscle or this tendon muscle combo from the neck need to kind of be tweaked so that they go into the collarbone nicely. And this one actually this side needs to be de-emphasized. This side can be emphasized a little bit more. Okay. Make sure to save every once in a while. Quentin's not here to remind me. Try using some trim dynamic to kind of find more of like a plane change here versus an anatomy change. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. Let's turn off all that color so that we can see a little bit more clearly what's happening. We can control it a little bit nicer. That. I'm going to call that fairly decent. I don't like that corner down there, so we're going to try to fix that. And then yeah, it's like I'm just not the happiest with it, but we should be all right now. Let's do something like this. Let's get a nice clean backing there. There we go. It's a little bit nicer. And then I'll just use my trim dynamic to kind of fix the borders of those slices. So that it's a little bit more subtle of a transition rather than harsh, hard plane changes. You see, for this backside, let's just grab this, and I'm just going to take cool. And that'll probably work all right for me. There's still a lot of things to go through and tweak and fix and finish, but that is definitely looking much nicer. Save. Let me see. Started out doing something that I wasn't thrilled about to begin with, but it got me into the industry. Then I networked and got to where I wanted to be. Yeah. Yeah. Taking part in the sculpt off? Of course. in. Of course. Yeah, I'm super excited about it. How about you? I would assume you are, because you're like wicked fast and like super good and like all that. Ooh, this could be a good opportunity to kind of open that eye just a little bit more, because I think that that'll get me a little bit more of that a little bit more of that eye. I do want to figure out getting a sharper corner in the inner corner of the eye, but should be all right enough for now. Let's go ahead and grab this. You know what? I think something, I might have messed up my symmetry here. Interesting. It's odd to me that that's different in the face. Here, I guess we'll treat it without symmetry then. Okay, cool. It's looking nice. It's looking nice. I'm just trying to figure out getting this section to be nice and clean here. Kind of like that little apex right here. So maybe what I'll do is I'll have like that swoop, and it's be kind of like a super subtle break, and then it just kind of like curves down the rest of the way. This eye corner looks pretty decent. This one looks kind of not great. Sorry, excuse me. Bless me. What I'm going to do, let's go ahead and grab this. In fact, let's go ahead and invert it, soften it. For some reason, I'm having a really hard time keeping a nice, straight piece. Let's go ahead and kind of clean up this side too a little bit. Let's go ahead and emphasize this corner just a little bit so that it feels a bit more like the other side. With the eyelashes, I'm going to bring this all the way down to the corner. I feel like that feels appropriate. It is altogether fitting and proper that we do this. Okay, so we've got that going on. That's looking really cool. I mean, I'm really liking how she's looking so far. Yeah, dude, you totally should. It'd be so fun. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Thanks for the time. I'm gonna have to bail in case I don't get a hold of you. Have a great birthday. Thanks, Leonard. Yeah, I think it should be a good time. It should be a good time. It should be a real good time. Okay. Gavrochi. I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. I understand you must use stock ZBrush in terms of brushes, meshes, etc. For this sculpt off, one rule that I'm not quite sure I understand states the following. Insert multi-mesh or IMM brushes are prohibited. You may not use IMM brushes during the contest. Only brushes shipped with your standard installation of ZBrush are allowed, and but are not limited to default IMM VDM brushes. So can we use the included IMM? Yes, you may use the IMM brushes that are included with ZBrush. Yeah, my birthday's next Saturday, so yeah, it'll be fun. Which happens to be ZBrush Summit Day, so it's fun. So yeah, anything that comes shipped with ZBrush, you can use. Also, kind of a loophole, if you will, is that if you make your own brushes during the contest, you can use those. So for instance, a lot of times people will go through, if they're making different creatures, like a dragon or something like that, they'll go through and they'll make their own VDM brushes, and then they'll go ahead and they'll use that to be able to populate the surface of their sculpt. So really pretty simple. Aw, thank you, Zach. Yeah, the wording is a bit confusing. They I wish that they would just kind of plain and simple say that because I feel like it's just as simple as saying um, you may only use what is shipped with ZBrush, and anything you make within the time is fair play. But yeah, yeah, it's definitely kind of confusing, but You can use IMM brushes that come with ZBrush. You can also make your own IMM brushes during competition. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Just like the unstable molecules said, they have spoken. Yeah, use the included. Yeah, anything included, and that includes things that like here inside of Lightbox too. We have all these different brushes that are available to you. So I would go through and kind of explore these things as well. There are a lot of different things in here, different grooming brushes in case you want to use fiber mesh. Um, there are different. I'm not really sure about a whole bunch of these, but there are different IMM brushes in here. There are different slice brushes, stitching brushes. These are really nice. The slash 2 is a really good one that I like to use. Yeah, lots of different things in here. The mallet brushes they can be pretty cool. But yeah, just kind of a matter of going through, exploring, and playing. Because literally, um, yeah, there's a lot to play with. Kind of like having this. Yeah, we'll make it a dominant lower part here. Let me see. Let's get this to a point that I feel pretty good with. Let me see. Who chooses the winner? If I'm not mistaken, I don't remember if it's written in the description at all or not. Um, Ever since the year I participated, they've had kind of a panel of judges. Um, One of the things that happened in the year that I participated is that there was a first place winner who went against the rules. And so second place was very sore about it, and rightfully so. I mean, his sculpt was easily the coolest one out there, but because it had the first place person had used um, an existing IP, an intellectual property, they used a Star Wars based character. They had a huge surge of popularity, and so the popular vote is what really swayed people to vote for him, and and so there was uh, a major discussion around, like, what do we do to prevent this in the future, and they decided, hey, we're going to have judges. We're going to have a panel of judges um, in the future to make sure that we keep this thing as impartial as possible and fun and acceptable for all. So there is likely to be some panel of judges. Um, they have a lot of pieces to sift through in a couple of days, so it's kind of fun. It's kind of crazy. I know that when I've participated as a judge in other competitions before, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot to kind of sift through. So, you know, definitely grateful for people and their willingness to participate in those ways. And it looks like you have until the 25th to register. So you have 2 more days. Monday, I think, is that right? Let me see. I haven't seen them announce the judges yet, but I'm so out of the loop. Yeah, I'm pretty out of the loop too. I had an idea how to print the hair using transparent blue tinted resin in 2 pieces. You can also boolean the fish in the hair. That way you can put the fish inside the hair. It'll look like the fish are swimming around in the hair. Just yeah, yeah. I've thought about that sort of thing, and we'll see. We'll see kind of how we go about that sort of thing. But yeah, that's a similar idea to what I had in mind. It's a great idea. So right now I'm trying to get some interesting shapes because I do want this to read like hair, like I was saying earlier, but also to read like flowing water. This bit through here is a little bit too. I'll say it's like losing volume too much. So let's see what we can get going in here. Alright, I'm getting kind of quiet. That means that I'm either getting into focus zone or I'm getting tired. Sounds better in a popularity contest. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I much prefer having judges. I do kind of like having like a I'll say like a viewer's choice sort of award. I think that that's cool. But I definitely feel like there's a tremendous disconnect with, you know what? Let's see. I'm just going to grab the bun, control click and drag this down here so that I can make other pieces. But I do think that it's definitely nice to have something that's a little bit more impartial. Let's boost this up. Just trying to make sure that I'm getting a couple different polygroups in here. Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah, let's grab select lasso for now. Just so that this way we can come through here, we can commit this. Whoa, what was that? Oh, it's clay buildup. It's like, wow, that was interesting. Just want that to feel kind of like the hair there. Let's kind of color that in. Okay, so now that's kind of nice. We can bring it in closer. Probably shrink it down some too. Yeah, let's close this so we can see the whole concept over here. Let's kind of pull on this some so that we get a little bit more of that shape here. Bring this over here. We'll flip it around, we'll rotate it. This way we can kind of have a good starting point. We don't have to worry about too much. It's getting a little bit too wonky here. Here, let's see. Let's take this. Let's do something kind of like this. Pull that out. Make my brush nice and big too. So this way we can kind of play with the smoothing a little bit better. I'm trying to get some of these harder shapes in here, but I also want it to feel, I don't know, I want it to feel motivated. I want it to feel like there's a reason for it to feel like it's that shape. So maybe we need to give it a little bit more of a flow. I don't know, that might be way too much. Smooth it out. I don't know, let's see. We'll kind of keep pushing and see kind of how things go. Let's kind of see what we can get out of this. Some of these shapes I'll leave pretty similar to how they are. Yeah, you see that? That's nice. One thing I got to be really, really careful of, though, is that if I'm making these sorts of broad changes like this, there's a huge chance that that I could be messing something up that I want to keep. So try to be careful with it. Do you think this can catch the attention of recruiters? Yeah, it can. It definitely can. I mean, that's the whole reason why I participated the first time, is, you know, to hopefully be able to gain some notoriety and, you know, be more public that way, so that, you know, it's so that way it's like, oh, okay, this guy's a ZBrush guy. We have room for him. um, yeah, I think it's definitely worth thinking about it in that sort of a light. Okay, I don't know that there are recruiters actively watching the ZBrush Summit to, you know, for the sake of being able to find talent, but you never know. Um, the big thing that I would look to take out of it, so far as being able to connect with recruiters, is the fact that they will likely go ahead and, um, you know, if you do a good job with something and you post it out there, I think that's where you start to get, you know, attention from recruiters and that sort of stuff. Because yeah, I mean, it's definitely to me it's a big deal. You know, it's something that's fun. It's something that's really just the crux of it. You know, it's just that it's fun. But yeah, sometimes you'll have people that'll be like, "Oh, I saw you do that stuff," or yeah, like some of the guys from work, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I tuned into your stream on Saturday. It's like, oh, that was so fun, and like I like seeing how your project is going, and you know, whatever." They're super supportive. That's something I super loved about Blizzard, is that like everybody on the team is so supportive of each other in their personal work and their even the professional work. Like, you know, everybody's willing to help each other and things like that. It's a good team. Um, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, so like here on the back, where I have like these main big sections of hair, I want to break it up, but I don't want to go through and sculpt everything, because that's a lot. So what I'm going to be thinking about, yeah, let me go ahead and grab the clay brush. It's not digging as much as I'd anticipated. I don't want to be like sculpting in every detail. I just kind of want to hint at a lot of things. So I'll find places where I want to create a sense of break, um, where I want to create a sense of flow. So like right in here could be cool to get like a little bit of body to that, a little bit of purpose. Let's go ahead and kind of use some trim dynamic to flatten down some sides here to kind of fun. And honestly, like with just a simple bit that we've added so far here on the back, we're pretty close. I mean, we don't really have to add a whole lot to make this section of the hair feel right. Let me see. Let's maybe add something over here so that we can kind of. And I'm trying to do like a combo of like alternative function versus regular function, just so that I can get a good build up. Trying to find ways to kind of dig in. Let's kind of consolidate this bit here a little. Quick question. Have any of you ever sent cake through the mail? And how well did it keep? Okay, so I'm trying to check my flow from different sides to make sure that I'm getting appealing shapes in here. This is easily going to be one of the hardest parts of getting the hair, is making sure that it feels clean and appealing from different angles. But it's super, super important. If I'm looking for specifically just one angle and I don't care about, what it looks like from different views, then, I could look at this and be like, okay, cool, it's done. But let's go ahead and mask that out so we can have this as its own polygroup and be able to adjust it on its own. But let's see if we can kind of offset some of this here. There are always going to be little problem spots, things that, harder to work out than others. But I think that looks pretty stinking cool. Now let's see if we can get some. You know what? I'm going to try with that spiral brush. Let's try giving it a little bit of a. Let's go ahead and kind of take that and pull it up. That's kind of cool. I think there's still some things that I can do to kind of refine this shape though. Kind of like the idea of this really tapering out from this angle more than anything. And then I like how there's like this extra little eyelash bit kind of coming off the top here that's adding into that. So I want to add in a piece like that down here. Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to grab this little bit. I'm going to say geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. Let's go ahead and bring back the other one. Take this one, and we're just going to kind of pull this up and over. It's like it doesn't have to be anything super fancy. It's just something to kind of help create an idea, break a silhouette, that sort of thing. I'm actually curious if it would be worthwhile to create a few little chunks to break up a little bit further. More than anything, like, more than anything, I'm curious if, like, you know what? Let me see. I'm going to try something. It has multiple subdivisions. Let me see. Let's delete higher. I'll delete lower too for the sake of simplicity. I want to take this over. Let's try turning this around. Cool. So that's kind of getting an interesting little quality there. This this particular piece, though, let's see if we can kind of shrink this down, like make it so that it's shorter. Because it does feel like there's like this extra little something kind of coming up over here, but it does feel like it's a lot smaller. So we'll do something kind of like that. Let's go ahead and take this. This feels like it doesn't need to break silhouette quite as much. Oops. Cool. All right. I'm going to leave the fish where he's at for right now. Oh, good grief. Let me see. Okay. I'm really scared to do that, so I just sent cookies. Yeah, definitely safer. We've gotten and received various cake-like products from ZBrush in New York. Interesting. I've never sent it through the mail, but I have to call. But I have had it call a bakery to deliver to someone in another state or country. Cool. I have to save that on things to try. Yeah, me too. So bars. You get color in pretty early on. Yeah, I'm actually pretty far along on this. This is getting close to finished. I did have her I did give her some color pretty early on, but a lot of that was because she's a demo character. Something that I did to be able to show my students some different techniques, and being able to paint characters is something that they were wanting to know how to do, and so we played with that some. Um, but yeah, I tend to avoid color, or at least I go through and I turn it off and on a lot, quite a lot, because yeah, it's one of those things that can kind of distract you from clean form. For me, I'm looking for kind of a composition right now, and I think the color is kind of helping me clarify my vision of what I want out of this particular product. Oh, that's not quite wavy enough. Wavy. Water hair. Water tribe. Hey Yvonne, are you gonna participate in the sculpt off? You're in between terms, so you might as well, right? You got time. She does need the freckles. You are definitely correct there. I'm curious. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to grab Shark. I'm going to say, let's say, merge folder. Merged hair. It's not merged hair. I will say merged Shark though, just because why not? Let's go ahead and pull him down in here. Make him smaller. Actually, we'll make it so that he's kind of facing in towards her a little bit more. I'm gonna say maybe like save that view too, so that we can have that somewhere that we can save it. I mean, you can see we got like the tail it's kind of going through there. I'm not super worried about it. Let's go ahead and we'll say bend curve. We'll add a couple of levels of resolution here. We'll just kind of bend the tail some. Let's say not scale, squeeze. Where's twist? Am I going past it? Where is it? I guess it's this one. Something kind of like that for now. Just going to try to play with the tail and the way that it flows so that we can get some interesting, yeah, just make something interesting, you know? These two need to kind of overlap differently. Otherwise it's too same and we don't want that. Okay. I'll say that that's good enough for Shark 1. And then I'll just say Control-Shift-D, hit accept, bring this over here. We're just gonna kind of scoot him so that he's all the way in there. Maybe make him a little bit smaller. Okay. Something like that. Turn off transparent mode. With the fish, we do need to make sure that they have that emissive quality to them. So we'll say material, color, fill object. We'll see what this looks like here in a minute. Color, fill object. Oh, and I also need to go through and say accept on the gizmo stuff there. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, it's like you can see through his mouth right now, and I don't want to be able to see through it. So let's say double. Same thing down here. We'll say double for this goldfish. Okay. For the hair. This is something that I'm not entirely sure of how I want to be able to wow. For 8. Talk with me about it, Yvonne. This is fun if you really want to be able to finishing finals. 5 out of your 6 classes went to week 11. Man, my class would have gone to week 11, but I went ahead and I took week 10 because like I had to go to Texas for family funeral, and so we were gone for week 10. So instead of pushing week 10 to week 11, I went ahead and did week 10 right after week 9. It's like week 9, week 10. So it was kind of funny in that sense. With this hair, material-wise, I am not entirely certain what I want to do. So this is going to be kind of an interesting experiment. When I hit save, I want to keep a copy of the hair the way that it is, and then we're going to try to play with let's play with the, I mean, there's simple glass safety. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Glass frosted. I'm going to try just putting, oh, the water. The water is what we use. So let me see about doing water. We'll say color, fill object. I'm sure that it'll probably give me some really weird coloration, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see what it does. Interesting. It didn't give me any coloration at all. At all. interesting. Okay. Purely because I want to be able to save it and compare it. Let's go ahead and say export. We'll say B. I'm just going to keep it as like basic full image that it has. I've got to get this into a material that feels like the hair. So what I'm going to do, let's play with this. We'll say either SMA glass or tinted glass. Let's try glass actually. Let's come over here, color, fill object, see what this is. Use light blue paint over it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like this isn't respecting color at all. Because like one of the things that I would love to see happen. I mean, it looks like glass. It looks like water. It's kind of cool. It's just not what I'm wanting. Let me see. There should be a frosted glass or a rough glass or something like that too. Yeah, it's like it's kind of a tricky thing. Plastic semi-rough. Simple metal chrome. Let's try the gummy. Because this will give me a different feel. It won't feel as, boy, it's not grabbing color at all, and that's kind of, I mean, that's much more the material type I want. Okay, so here's what we're going to want to try to do. I don't know if there's a way to be able to get it to take my poly paint at all. And I'm certainly not going to get the fish to really show up super clean anyway. It's really interesting to see it in this sort of context. But, I mean, what we can do is we can come over here, we'll open up our palette. We have a few things that we need to control. So we have like our different colors down in through here. These are going to be affecting the way that the color happens over here. Actually, let me go ahead and just kind of export this. I'm going to save. You know what? Let's do C. We'll keep them both because it's just kind of fun, you know. Okay, so we've got that going on. I want. Okay, let's go ahead and play with this. It doesn't need to be emissive at all, but it does need to have like a refraction color. Let's go ahead and kind of grab a color from there. You know what? I should be able to pick it from up here. I'm going to try this. I mean, granted, by hitting save, it's not going to do much for me, but I'm going to try this. You can definitely see it's getting color now. And that's way dark. Okay, so I'm going to try taking my base back to a white. Let's try that again. I'm guessing that the refraction color is maybe just too heavy. It's definitely a lot better having the base as white. It's very interesting. Let me see. I can take my refraction roughness down just a smidge. So from 0.2 to something like 0.15, maybe even lower, maybe like to 0.1. I don't know, we'll have to see. Let's put it down to 0.1. We'll just half it. Perhaps with some clear blue lighting. Maybe. Because I mean, it could be interesting to be able to have some sort of lighting in here that's helping to kind of push like the gradient. It's like we're getting like a darker blue versus a lighter blue. And it might even be a matter of just taking the water material and tweaking it to have some of these properties. Like, this is kind of cool. Let me see. Let's go ahead and save a copy of this so we can have something to go back to. That shape isn't super appealing, but we'll have to fix that at some other point. Well, and a lot of it too, a lot of the issues right here is that the hair, like the sculpted kind of detail that I put into the hair, it's a lot more complex than what we're seeing in the concept. So that's creating some weird refractions. So we're not going to be able to see the fish as much. Let me grab shark. And we'll say assign emissive, just the regular emissive. But I'm going to take the color and change it to something warm. Say color, fill object, color, fill object. That looks kind of cool. All right. I need to lock my camera too, just so that we don't go anywhere. For this hair, I'm going to save that just so that it's a starting point of somewhere that we can go to. Let's try going back into that water and see if we can't get something that's a little bit more interesting like this. Let's see what this gives us. Ooh. Oh, I ruined the eyes. But you can see the fish in there. Sort of. I forgot that I had applied the refractive to that water to the eyes. Oh, hey, look at this. That's not too bad. I might be able to live with that. Dude, you have a good weekend too. Thanks for coming and having fun with us. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this might just end up being like, what's it called? Like paint over and whatnot. But we'll have to see. I mean, mean, my lighting's also super, super basic. So let me see if I can... If I change... This is something I actually haven't played around with a whole lot. If I change my BPR lights, will that affect my Redshift lights? I don't think it will. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does. Okay, so we'll bring that back to the front here. We'll come over to render, Redshift render. We could turn on depth of field. Should be able to pick a nice spot on the mesh here to be able to render. And then, so you can see like that set my focus depth to a certain bit there. The focus radius is something that we'll have to see kind of how it renders out. If the focus radius, like if it feels like too much of it is in focus, then we can go through and we can make that focus radius smaller so that it's, you know, got a smaller depth of field there. But yeah, let's go ahead and give that a shot. Let's see what we get out of that. Currently, it doesn't feel like the depth is really affecting it at all. So we're going to take that. I'm going to, well, it does look like it's starting to, like right over in here. Let's push it pretty heavy. So I'm going to go from 5 down to 1. Just to be able to see kind of what this creates for us. I suspect that there will be a pretty drastic difference between what we had and what we'll have. It looks like we're starting to get some fuzziness over here. Here, let's see if we can really push it then. Okay, so it looks like that's going to be... So if we take it like way higher, let's see what happens if we take it way higher. Oh, you can see like, okay, that's starting, so bigger numbers, I guess. That's interesting. Okay, so I don't want it to be quite that big. Let's take it down to like 20. That's pretty cool. Now it's like the water is turning out really kind of dark. Let's actually try taking this. Move that to there. I just kind of want to see what it is that it gives me if I make certain modifications. It's still dark. I'm curious, like, it must have to do with the image then. I haven't played with this particular material a whole lot. Obviously. Bubbles could be cool. I think adding in some sort of bubbles would look really nice, but it's one of those things too where I got to get the look of the, you know, got to get the look of it feeling more right, I guess. Let's try taking this emission weight up a little bit, see what we can get out of this. Let's put it up to like 10. Let's go ahead and grab the emission of the hair color here on the lower side. Oh yeah, the eyes. She's the avatar. It's like it's affecting the eyes. It's not affecting her hair, at least not in any kind of apparent way. That's kind of funny. I'll save this one just because it's kind of funny. So far, out of my different renders that we've done so far, let's see. That one's kind of nice. This one's cool, but it's definitely not quite right. I don't know. It's like there are some really interesting, odd things going on. That's interesting because like the eyes have gone from like this, which is like really super shiny, and I like this. I like how that looks, to something like this where it's a little bit more dull. I wonder. Yeah, let's come over here. Eye outer. I mean, it looks like it should be just fine. I'm curious why that's not behaving quite the way that I would like. Because I don't remember changing anything of like the roughnesses. So this is the gummy. This is the water. Yeah, I don't know. Materials might be something that has to wait or be something different. Yeah, it's possible to make nice glowing things now, which is really cool. I mean, it's like, so for instance, let me turn off the hair. We can just see the fish. Um, and granted, this might be, yeah, it's like way too strong right now, but if we take one of these and change it to this material, let's say color fill object, you should see a pretty stark difference between this one, which will be glowing too much, and this one should be glowing, you know, kind of a nice warm, subtle sort of glow, kind of like the eyes. Yeah, that's what the eyes are set to right now. Um, what's cool is that this glow now goes through and it now sets a nice kind of like bounce light. So it's pretty fun. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for what to try so far as hair, but in fact, for right now, I could probably just go ahead and set this to just a different material. And hit render and kind of marvel at the beauty. And we'll kind of close out on the way that it looks right now because she looks better like this. She looks more uh, controlled and more finished. But yeah, that's where we'll call it for today. So yeah, anyway, thanks for coming and hanging out. I know it gets to be kind of a long time thinking and watching me think through things too. Um, but yeah, super appreciate having you guys here. Thanks for participating in the chat and gosh, I hope to see you guys at the summit. Have fun. Participate in the sculpt off if you can. If you want to be able to kind of like, I'd love to be able to see what you guys work on, what you guys do, especially as part of the summit. So um, if you are, if you participate in the summit, I'd love to see your entries. Send me links. Send me pictures when you're done. You can find my Discord in the link that I sent into the chat. Nice to catch a live stream for once. Yeah, for sure. uh, yeah, it's fun stuff. But yeah, good times. Good times. So I'll see you guys later this week, and smartest out.